Voy a enseñar cómo puedes traducir ese reunión de inglés a español. Puedes leer los subtítulos. Vas a bajar donde ves los 3 puntitos que dicen More Options, más opciones, das clic. De ahí vas a bajar a la última opción que es Settings. Vas a ir a este cuadrito con el doble C que dice Closed Captions. Translated Captions, vas a clic en la última opción, idioma desde reuniones en inglés, y lo quieres si español o cualquier otro idioma. Pero también para toda reunión voy a dejar mi pantalla, voy a compartir mi pantalla así todos lo pueden ver sin tener que cambiarlo en su computadora.
Do we officially start the meeting, or that was just
That was just the intro.
Okay,
So
just
now we're
one.
good.
Okay, now we're going to officially start the meeting. 5:08, Jenny.
Thank you.
Welcome to our regular meeting. It seems like we see each other all the time now. We're gonna do roll call. Jenny Dale,
Presente.
Jamal Jackson, maybe running late. Virginia Jimenez del Toro, present. Maria Batil,
Here.
Juliana Tamayo, Julie Wexler, yes. Jessica Mann,
Present.
Kristen Rayfeld will always be like with a bit late.
She's not
They're
gonna
coming.
Oh, right, she did let me know. Margarita Rosa,
Presente.
Justin Cia,
Here.
and Benjamin Kizarka.
Here.
Great. Okay, that was quick. Review group norms. As always, we just say please allow everyone to speak and take turns if you've already spoken. Please be kind when speaking. Minimize, everyone looks at their cell phone, including me, just try to minimize it. That's pretty much it. We're going to move on to approval of the agenda. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the agenda? Just as since Jenny separately brought this up, there is no closed session on the agenda today. There's nothing we didn't have that.
But as a practice, it is to make sure, so that we're able to, from now on through the whole selection, I think we should have a standing item
Yeah.
of a closed session, just in case. And then if we don't need to, we just don't have
I
to have
don't
it.
think we need one. I mean, I think it can be. I don't think we need one today because today is more of a process discussion and the availability and that kind of stuff. Okay. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the agenda?
I motion.
Second. Okay, so Jenny made a motion and then Nuria seconded. All in favor of approving the agenda, we can just do raise your hand because nobody's first right now. Margarita, you're approving the agenda, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay, that was unanimous, so that passes. And then the minutes, I think because of the multiple meetings we were having and having to do, Jenny's shouldering a lot of the work of principal selection in terms of sending out emails. The minutes will be ready for speaking, Jenny.
God willing.
Okay.
That's all I can say. I just want to, this is important for me to say. I want to remind everybody that everybody on this council is a volunteer. We are putting our heart and soul into this school through this principal selection. The role of the secretary is always hard, but I am a volunteer. I have a full-time job. I have 2 children, many other things. So I appreciate the grace and understanding, and I'm doing the best I can under the circumstances. And we'll continue every day to do better. And if people have recommendations and constructive ways that I can improve my role as secretary or have ways to support, I think something that's wonderful about this community is that we support each other. And so we'd just like to say, if anyone has ways that they can support the LSC, please feel to reach out to the email. And as Ms. Wexler said, we are balancing doing our regular duties while also doing principal selection, which entails a lot of administrative work. And so what I was focusing on this last week was facilitating and holding the virtual town hall, as well as the community survey results that we worked to analyze today. So just want to be upfront and take accountability for doing the best I can at what I'm doing. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jenny. Second that. Okay, and Jamal came at 5:11.
Thank
When
you.
you were talking. Welcome, Jamal. And welcome, Dr. Travelis, as always. Good standing invitation here, it seems. Okay, so that takes us to public participation. 3 minutes per person for a total of 15 minutes. I will read the following statement and then Jess will open the chat. Prior to we will now proceed with the public participation portion of the meeting. Profane language, unsolicited comments, and disruptive behavior are prohibited. Individuals who are disruptive may be given a warning and may also be removed from the meeting if necessary. The online chat will be open during public participation only for participants to put their name to request to speak. Otherwise, all attendees must refrain from writing anything else in the chat. The chat is open, and I don't think we have anyone in person signed up, correct?
No.
No.
Okay. Yep, the chat is open, so if you would like to participate publicly, please put your name in the chat. No names yet. If you would like to participate, please put your name in the chat, or you could also just raise your hand on your device. Going once, going twice.
No. Okay. So nobody for public participation. That then takes us to fundraising, event presentations, and discussion on procedures. Which is really just, we have one fundraising. And I guess there's a contract too, that will be later. So this is from Ms. Lynch, the librarian. It is funds aims for Scholastic Book Fair, or sorry, that's the last fundraising activity. I think it's another Scholastic Book Fair, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's the information here. It will be April 6th through 10th of this year. The profit made from the last one in October was $5,055.88, and the anticipated revenue from this one is $5,055.88. You can just have this.
Yeah, Ms. Lynch is also on the, Ms. Fiona's on the call.
Oh, awesome.
We wanted,
Yeah, I mean, it's
we have questions.
and this it's the same anticipated. So April 6th through 10th. And then we have our fundraisers set up on our agenda so that we can vote on fundraisers immediately afterwards so that we don't forget if it goes to the end. So does anyone need any discussion, or can we proceed to voting on the fundraiser?
Can we look at the contract? Because I think before it was a big deal that we had to.
Yeah.
I don't need,
supposed to.
this is a certificate of agreement and not
Okay,
just
so
a
that's not a
contract.
contract?
No, and my
Okay.
apologies for saying
Because I
that.
had asked, her for if there was a contract, but this is what it was.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's the same as the last time that,
Yeah.
and we needed a contract.
So actually, we're approving, we need to make sure we're approving both, we're approving the contract and
Or the certificate of agreement.
certificate.
and-
what serves as a.
Ms.
yeah,
Lynch,
the,
you said is on the call?
Yeah.
Okay, if I can address a question here?
Yeah, Ms. Lynch, Ms. Margarita Rosa has a question. Are you?
Yeah,
I think she's-
Ms. Lynch, good afternoon. I just wanted to, I guess, bring up our conversations that we've had throughout the year regarding a book fair where we would be providing the students the opportunity to purchase books in Spanish, like a Spanish book fair. And I know that you said that you were very much open to it. So
You're muted.
oh,
No, you're fine. You're fine. Miss Lynch is muted if she's speaking.
Okay, yes, hello. So I communicated with Miss Nina Sanchez from Viva los Libros, I think maybe a month ago or a couple of weeks ago, and super excited about that. And we have a Scholastic Book Fair scheduled next October that we're going to swap out for the Viva los Libros book fair. And Nina said that she would be open to coming to the LSC to sharing more about her bookstore if you all are open to that. But it's really cool, and it has a lot of great options for the students. So that's something that we would do, is we would change the October book fair that's on the books for next year to the Viva los Libros book fair. And Nina, we've talked about this with her as well.
Okay.
And as a follow-up, I'm
Thank
going to plug in that Viva los Libros and Fele is helping to bring an author on April 10th. So thanks to, yes, it's for the kids.
Yeah.
to-
It is. Oh,
Yes,
that's cool.
it's not
'Cause
for-
it's
yeah.
the last day of the book fair. Kind of.
So
Great.
that we already, the partnership. So thank you, Ms. Lynch. I think it's great that you're fostering that partnership with,
Great question. We know when that's gonna happen.
Okay. Anything else before we vote on this? Would someone like to make a motion to approve? The motion. Yeah. Would someone like to second motion to approve the book fair? Jessica. So Leanna and Jessica, all in favor of approving the book fair for April 6th through 10th? Yay. Yeah. Aye. Yeah. And that was unanimous, so that passes. And then if you want this, Jenny, I'm gonna sign it. You can for
I can give it
minutes.
that. Oh, yeah.
and then let's just note collective memory. When it comes to the contract approval at the end of the meeting, we have to approve the certificate
Okay.
contract.
The terms of term.
Yeah, I'll just like we'll put that on there. Okay. Dr. Trabos, can you sign this now? It has, or does it need to go a different? If it has to go a different way, like you're just here. You can, if you want to look at this, it's the standard. I don't need that one.
She's good to go, right?
Well,
that was
all the questions.
Yes,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, sorry. Yeah, we're just trying to see if we can get the network chief to sign it now.
Got
too. It's just like one less step.
You're good. Thank
Thank you so much.
Luciana.
Thank
Okay.
you.
That was it for fundraisings. Okay, and we voted. So that takes us to the reports. And Benji, do you have anything you'd like to say? Sorry, I know you're.
It's fun. There hasn't really been anything, but one thing I wanted to say is that like we really haven't had an advisory class in like a month or so. I think a couple weeks. So I think that advisory, like, do you guys know if it's like done? If there's no more, if there's
That the class with Ms. Martinez?
yeah.
For the first hour of the day.
And some of them have it with, Ms. Carter.
Yeah, that's the 8th grade math group, but the algebra group, we haven't had it in like 4 weeks, maybe.
Interesting.
But yeah, other than that, like
So
nothing.
what are you doing in the
Yeah.
class?
Well, we discussed stuff about identity and like culture.
Oh, so you're not having Mrs. Martinez, but you're still talking about the, no.
What do you do then?
Instead of,
Because,
since you haven't had advisory, what have you been doing instead?
Algebra, but I just wanted to know if it was like
Independent or?
if it's not gonna happen anymore, or if it's like if we're just taking a break.
Did they tell you? No, so nobody knows.
The only thing I was aware of was this week because of Catherine. I don't know about previous
And
weeks.
how often are you supposed to have you had it?
Every week.
Every week, okay, so
Every day.
No,
No,
it's
every
once a week for an hour on Fridays, right?
For us it's Tuesdays.
Let's just, but once a week
Independent
for
on
an hour.
Okay. Okay, great.
Other than that, there's like really nothing else.
Is there somebody who can follow up to
It's
support
Mr.
Benji
Rivera.
or anybody else?
Is she on the call?
yeah.
Miss Rivera's on the call.
Yeah, Mr. Rivera, are you able to speak about this now, or do you want one of us to just follow up with you?
Yes, Ms. Wilson and I are, Ms. Wilson is signing in right now. She just finished up PD.
Uh-huh.
I think the question was around advisory.
Yeah.
And it's been a few weeks. I know I had mentioned that this week. I know it's because of testing, but apparently it hasn't been happening for a few weeks.
You said 4, right?
Is it for some kids or all kids?
No, just for the outer ones. But
For which days?
uh
For 8.
8 who are in algebra.
yeah.
Who's your advisor?
Miss Martinez, I'm pretty sure, but if that's not the case, then I'm sorry.
It's either Ms. Garfinkel or Ms. Martinez, right? Am I right?
Yeah,
Okay,
But
so
what
I
he's saying,
know-
they haven't had it in 4 weeks,
Oh,
about
okay.
4 weeks.
I'm waiting for Ms. Wilson to come in, but I know that due to testing, they've had already, they're doing the IAR, they did the 360, they did pathways, and then they did access. So because of that, that might have changed the schedule a little bit, and Ms. Martinez is out of the building twice a month for professional development. So we are making up some of those missed preps, but I'm not sure how they're making up the advisory component. And we did meet with the PPC regarding this concern a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I know. So, a student, concern, a student question, not so much the teacher, later, I didn't bring it up, but
No, it's part of the student rep.
the student
report.
rep, they want to know when, right? When
If
can
it's
you,
temporary or
yeah,
if
if it's over or if it's temporary, when can they expect it to resume again?
It should resume, I will believe, next week. Testing will be over.
It should resume on tomorrow.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Wilson.
The only was, advisory was only canceled. I'm sorry, good afternoon, everybody. Good evening.
Right.
Advisory was only canceled for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday of the next 2 weeks. I'm not sure when advisory was, we're not sure of why someone says 10 weeks, that they haven't had advisory in 10 weeks or 10
4 weeks, 4 weeks.
well, we're not privy to what, and there has been conversation around, we need to know when they are usually being canceled. Ms. Martinez has been very good about letting us know when they are not having, or when she would be out. We don't, and both the counselor and the RJC, but it's not a lot. But however, for this week, because of testing, and I've been very clear with parents, staff, and everyone else, that it is important that we test with integrity around the building. There has to be less movement in one of the advisory teachers is the testing coordinator. So, but it will resume on tomorrow.
Okay.
I just want to make sure, Benji, you said that this has been, because I understand this week.
Yes.
You said it's been 4 weeks. So that
No.
means it
I
has
know.
not been 4 weeks.
No, I know. It's been, I'm sorry, I was in a rush. It's not that, it's that it was like cut a little short, but it's happened though.
Okay.
Oh,
I was,
It just
I'm
cut
sorry,
down.
yeah, I
It's
was
okay.
in a rush
It's
and I was
okay.
trying to think of something.
So just make sure. So then, all right. So then this week, and then you'll understand that it'll be a little off for the next couple. Okay.
but
I have a
Tuesday,
question
Wednesday,
this week. I have a question for Ms. Wilson.
One more week. One more week.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you,
It'll
Ms. Wilson.
resume tomorrow and
Thanks
then
for clarifying.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of the next week, none.
But they will have one. So they have one Monday, Friday.
Monday, Friday of the next week.
And then Ms. Wilson, I'm sorry, Ms.
I have a question for Ms.
Rosa has a question.
Yes, Ms. Wilson, you mentioned that one of the that Ms. Garfinkel or Ms. Martinez is also the test coordinator. Is both of them or just one of them?
Just one of them is the test coordinator,
And that, which one?
the counselor.
The counselor. Okay, so Ms. Garfinkel.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, okay, so they will continue with advisory?
Yes.
Is that next week already?
Correct.
Next Monday, Friday, and then right when we come back from break, it should resume as normal.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Well,
Are there any other things you want to share, Benji, or ask about?
How's the cafeteria going?
It's still the same, but I've gotten used to it. I think most of the staff.
Oh, Lord.
All
All right.
I also wanted to
Wait.
thank you for, Benji, for working with Ms. Rayfeld to do the survey for the principal selection. So
yeah.
thanks so much for putting time into that. And we'll be looking at that as part of the process. So thanks.
In answer to your question, Yuria, how it's going with the,
Okay,
He kind of unsure.
well, he's got a little bit more.
oh, so, Margarita made a petition and we've
You
been,
and I work together in the petition.
Okay, that's what you're getting.
and the petition being to get, seconds at lunch. So when students of 7th and 8th grade are finished with their food, if they're a little bit more hungry, because, okay, well, most of 100% of the time, there's food left over that isn't being like used and is probably being thrown away. So we started a petition to be able to get like seconds. So if students are more hungry, they can go back in the line and get a little more food.
Can teachers sign it?
Oh,
Or is it
yeah.
only a student petition?
They can,
Are they letting you now go
they
get more
can,
food?
yeah, I think they can.
I mean, can we sign it?
Yeah.
Like right now?
Like, yeah.
We don't have to do it right now, but.
Yeah.
And have you
You-
presented this to, yeah, or you're still
No,
gathering
not yet.
signatures?
I would love to sign it. And if you need me to stand, I need to be next to you too.
Okay, that's who you're gonna take with you. Yeah. His name, okay?
Do you,
I would love to.
I mean,
Yeah.
pass it around.
Pass it around, yeah.
Benji, where are you taking the petition to?
Miss Rivera,
Oh, nice.
and she, I guess, is gonna take it to the lunch manager.
Oh, great. Okay.
A lot, maybe,
Oh,
Benji
it
will
says
go with
student.
it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It doesn't matter.
You can still put your name on it.
Put your
Right.
name and then put.
Or one of those
Yeah.
pages we can cross out and
Or
put
teach, yeah.
parents.
In parentheses, maybe?
Right, and then just make that sheet where it's
Or
just,
community members.
I'm gonna
right,
put
community
LSC.
members.
Yeah, just do
Or
LSC.
Okay,
LSC.
yeah. Sure. Okay, cool.
Yeah, thank you, Benji, for doing that.
I do want to add just real quick that we have been in the process the whole year to get panels installed in the lunchroom. And the vendor that we have that's going to install, initially, we only had purchased one side, but he will do both sides at the same cost. So we'll actually purchase the other set. And once those get delivered, we will have soundproof panels put up, hopefully during spring break. So we're hoping to have
Wow.
that.
Not tested like they were testing for?
No, the school's clear for all of that. We're clear after spring break.
Oh, for during spring break?
We're hoping for spring break. I'm waiting for the materials to come in.
We're gonna consider that part of your fellow report that you just gave
Thanks.
earlier. That you'll be one of. Yeah,
I'm gonna
thank you.
wing the reports.
It's okay. It can be that. Okay, so thank you, Benji. That petition is making its way around table. It's back.
You didn't sign it, did you?
No, I do, yeah.
Yeah.
I,
This one
bilingual
skipped over.
advisory back or nothing from them. Dual language, Margarita.
We have
Haven't
not,
met.
we have not met. I will say that back was under the impression, and maybe Julie, Jenny, you can check on that. Back, leadership was told that there were, back reports submitted by, Ms. Arce. Yeah.
No, the last report I have from Ms. Arce was October 2024.
Okay, so then they need to know that, because they were under the impression that it was being submitted by Ms. Arce.
Not that I'm
We
aware.
haven't had long time.
Okay, so we can let them know that. they
So
can-
I'll forward it to you if I can, who the contact person is for the format, but I have the report format.
It would be Angela Camacho, and I can get you her,
Well, if I can just send it to you, I'll
Okay.
share
Sure.
I'll send the last
Mhm.
report that was submitted so that you can see that.
On Tuesday, back did have a meeting on IEPs, and they had the persons presenting the workshop was the district. So they were very pleased and happy to get all that information.
Okay. Belle,
Gala, and Gala. Buy your tickets. We're just a few days away from the gala. We're super excited. We received a video from Ms. Greenlee, one of the founders. And we also have two guest
of honor. So that
Can we
I'm new, so I
surprise
don't know who they are, but it's the music teacher, Mr.
Big no?
Big now.
Yes, he will be there.
Here's
Yeah, he was funny.
He's amazing.
He's a beloved teacher. And then Miss Marilena Villapon.
Yeah.
She's your teacher too.
Who was part of the founders committee,
Yeah.
and was also the assistant principal when
When
the
I-
first principal.
Yeah.
So
Was that one?
those will be our two guest of honors. The video, I think, is gonna bring tears because we've had a really nice turnout and very
I sent it to everybody
insightful.
I
I
know.
feel like, to tell the story of what the school means to the student body and to the alumni. I think it's gonna be really special. So if you haven't bought your ticket, please buy your ticket. It's gonna be an amazing night. And once we're done with Gala, we will be starting on all the other events. But for right now, that's been the main
Gala will
focus.
include performances.
Yes, we also have a folkloric dance that will be performed in Tierra Colombiana is also performing as well. And then we have I can't remember his name, sorry.
Armando?
It's Armando, who will be playing the guitar at the very first part.
And then
And then we
open
have
bar.
an open bar, and
Kind
we
of.
have a taco bar later that evening, appetizers, and a DJ at the very end for us to dance.
And
and
open
have
bar
fun.
is from what
So-
time to what time?
And it's from, thank you, 7 to 12 o'clock.
7 to 12.
Yes. And it is at the Diamond Banquets on Fullerton. I can't remember the address. I can't think straight, even like.
I think it's 3700 West Fullerton,
On Fullerton, yeah.
right by Central Park.
So if you people here don't have a ticket,
There's
just
still time.
No, I'm just kidding.
It will, the price will go up at the door, so you have up until Friday to buy at what it's, valued at right now. We have over 60 auction items.
Wow.
I'm like super excited about that. Some of those, we have some people that are gonna post some amazing dinners at their homes, and all kinds of stuff that we've been able to get donated. So
Yeah.
we have a Korean night, to Puerto Rican night. We're getting a chef that's coming out to people's homes as well, so.
Dr. Travelers, what are you doing on Saturday night for 7 minutes? You want to come here?
Actually, every concert tickets.
Oh. So, yeah.
Sorry.
How many, can I ask how many tickets have we sold or where are we?
We are, the goal right now is if we can get to 80, I think we will. I think we have a lot of last minute purchasers
Do
But-
you advertise for
everywhere.
volunteer, no, for the alumni groups on Facebook?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually, they're probably wondering who the crazy lady is stalking them because I have gone and sent personal messages to each one. So, yeah, we've made a lot of effort to try to get alumni in, and to make the event a special, as it means to, be here for 50 years. I think it's really special.
I have a
So,
neighbor whose kids graduate from here, so go.
are they coming?
Yeah.
Sell them tickets. Yeah, sell them tickets. So, yeah, so it'll be fun.
And it really and it's an opportunity for teachers and parents, and it's just really fun. Like everything is just really fun. So I'll just say if you can find a babysitter,
Yeah.
or my husband's staying at home with the kids, you can also just go with your other mom friends. So
And y'all need to go meet Mr. Bicknell.
Mr. Bignell, that was, I just want to say,
Yeah.
that was a long time ago. But that's
My
my
favorite.
He actually reached out.
Wow.
So,
And asked.
so the word got out and he reached out, so that was really nice.
Wow, cool. Well, thank you very much. There's no PPLC report. I was supposed to take that off. That's my fault. I'm sorry. I think it looks like I started to delete it. It's been a very busy week. Old business. Okay, so this is really going to take up the rest of the meeting, because the only other thing that we would have to discuss would be that certificate of agreement for Scholastic Book Fair is principal selection process. So I think there's just really quickly, thank you to everyone who did work. Jenny, who asked everyone to email your interview availability or fill out the Google spreadsheet. I hope everyone did it in the hours since I last emailed you, when Jenny checks. And for Ms. Mann, for Jessica and Benji to go through the interview round 1 questions as well. Thanks to Jenny, who I think you sent out as the parent plus survey results as well. There was a lot of work being done. So thank you to the people who were helping. There's, I think, 2 things that we have to have sorted by the end of today. And that is the round 1 questions. We don't have to have round 2, especially because we have a lot of, now community input. But we really need round 1 done by the end of the day. And we need the potential dates to offer the 7 applicants that we voted on last week. So all the applicants have been contacted and told that the meeting was today and that we were going to be able to give some more clarity. And so that's what we're here to talk about. Do you want to do dates first, or do you want to do questions first? Dates is simpler.
Not necessarily. Well,
because we also have to talk about how we're going to do
right.
it.
I was like, Julie, you know us. Nothing is simple. We have so many great ideas, and so anyway, I was going to say first we have to those were dates were just sent out as a general
Like
piece,
availability.
but my sense would be that we have to talk about. It'd be helpful to say first the questions, and then we can talk about process that will help us be like, oh, is it going to be only online? Are we going to have it in person? What is the structure process of like
Fair
that?
enough. So you want to do round 1 questions first?
That would be my recommendation.
Okay, which is now going to be Ms. Mann, right? That's round. I put you on the spot.
Or should I do
Realize
survey
I have-
results? Or why don't you go while I do survey results? Go get what you step out for a moment.
Okay.
Because that I think makes
because that's
sense.
like
That we can talk about the question, the survey
The parent
results.
survey.
Mhm.
Okay, so thank you.
And
That's
then,
it. Yeah, what we can start with that.
And then that can help us
Guide for our presentations with what we had already looked at. Okay.
So who read the report that I sent? Okay. So just briefly, we had 76 respondents. Sorry, let me find mine.
It was the last one. It was 77 last time.
Okay.
After
70. I did it. Yeah, I'm
But
leaving
I
it
noticed,
open.
I was like, oh, someone did it after.
That's fine. I'm leaving it open, and we can continue to look at just in case things come up. But as of 10 p.m. last night when I put it together. Sorry, let me just pull it up. So, the one thing, Nudia, is that you made a copy of it whatever you did to open it. So let's try not to do that. Sorry, I'm just looking not within the folder. You created a copy of the survey.
Yeah. I was trying to organize something, and it was easier to have it. I didn't realize it was gonna.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
So I'm just gonna start. I'm gonna restrict some editing. Things. Yes. So I'm just gonna delete that Nudia so we don't get ourselves confused. Okay.
I mean, empty.
What was that?
It was just to see the questions in a different screen, and I couldn't do it on that.
Okay. Everyone can always make you can download it and make copies in your own personal drive. It's just trying to.
That's what I thought I was doing. Sorry, I
Yeah,
didn't realize
it's
I was
not-
doing it in the.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, let's try to. Okay, sorry, apologize for that. So the highlights of this, 76, majority being parents, 59% have one child, 32% have 2 children. We did not have many teachers or community members fill it out. So I do think that as part of the town hall process, we talked about potentially doing, a teacher specific one. So I think as a follow-up step, this man stepped out, but we can talk about how to get intentional teacher input in the process. So I would say the focus of this is really parent engagement on this. The key themes are looking for strong communication skills, ability to listen and respond to stakeholder concerns, collaborative leadership with teachers, parents, staff, and community, visible presence on campus, commitment to improving school climate and culture, knowledge and experience with dual language education, ability to speak English and Spanish, building strong relationships with students, understanding elementary school programming, experience with diverse learners, diversity, equity, inclusion practices, and social emotional learning integration. The top 5 kind of takeaways from that is that having the strongest line throughout the responses is experience with dual language education as a non-negotiable. Really looking at stability and retention is a critical piece. Community wants someone who's collaborative, not authoritarian. Safety and facility issues are urgent. A lot of comments around the situation regarding the parking lot and cleanliness being a major concern. Community healing and unity really being something important, and communication and transparency must be central. So those were kind of the key takeaways. In terms of the dual language, that it not just be experience, but the belief in and advocacy for dual language. Many respondents explicitly stated the principal should be able to speak Spanish as a priority and a strong desire to protect and grow the bilingual bicultural education. And the long-term sustainability, that was like throughout, really a collaborative leadership of listening to teachers, involving parents, avoid micromanaging, build unity, and to manage the emotionally charged conversations effectively. That we're known as passionate parents. So that's not what the analysis says. That's Jenny's comment. Lots of passion here. The communication and transparency, just really wanting open door policy, accountability across stakeholders, the school climate, and community healing. So I think that was something that came up a lot of addressing negativity, strengthening the morale, protecting the welcoming culture, the safety and facility concerns. Speaking of, actually, this is a sidebar, Benji, the bathroom condition, those dividers, did we ever?
We paid when we approved the money.
You approved the money. Do we have new dividers for the middle school bathrooms for the boys?
Sure, no.
No. Okay. Going to follow up. We
Jenny, I
gotta-
believe that's gonna happen, or space construction is gonna be happening soon in the building. The
Okay.
2 bathrooms on the first floor are supposed to become, I think, ADA compliant. I believe that's one that's gonna happen.
Okay, but yeah, this was for specifically for the middle school boys bathroom. So let's make sure if you have any information
This
to
might be
follow.
that they could be like.
Because we had approved additional money for middle school boys bathroom. So somebody and I should. Can somebody follow up specifically this? Virginia, thank you. And Julie can get you the information about like the money we had approved to find out about that. And then another priority being cultural competence and social justice, advocacy for immigrant families, understanding our activist community, cultural and linguistic competency. And then I share with everybody all of the comments, but those are like the highlights of what came through. And so I think that it reaffirms, so the top 5 of the 3 most important, the top one being working collaboratively with teachers, staff, parents, and community members is the number 1. Having knowledge and experience with dual language is number 2. Then comes being able to speak Spanish as being a priority, and then being able to create a school community with vision, goals, and objectives and implement them. And then there's a tie between possessing a strong commitment to assessing school climate and culture, and working towards a continuously improving it, and possessing strong budget and fiscal management skills.
Jenny, is that top 5 in the report?
I thought it was.
Find it. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, no, I thought it was. It's not.
Can you say it one more time?
Yep. So the top one is working collaboratively with teachers, parents, and students, and community. And then having knowledge and experience with dual language.
Okay.
Being able to speak, read, and write Spanish. And then being able to create a school community vision, goals, and objectives and implement them. And then tied for possessing a strong commitment to assessing school climate and culture and working towards continuously improving it, and possessing strong budget and fiscal management skills.
And then,
And I will state we haven't, the virtual town hall was just on Tuesday, whatever day, a couple days ago. I will say that out of that,
I
a
can read
recap.
some of the ones, or you
Right.
can.
No, I mean,
I see what you're saying.
a recap is not prepared yet, but
I can give some of the stuff that was at least in the chat.
How was the turnout?
Unfortunately, the turnout wasn't the best. There were 12 people. I would say the highlights. You can go into specifics, but I'll say just the general highlights was they reaffirmed the recap that I shared from the analysis of the first town hall. We wanted to just get validation. Did that resonate with people? It did. The new themes that came up was the concerns around special education and IEP minutes in a dual language context, and being really specific and figuring that how a leader that can advocate and ensure and protect that vulnerable population. And then that other piece being a fiscal budget, fiscal and budget management pieces. Is that like the general the new themes?
And I can read the ones that were in the chat, or at least the ones that I was able to pull out. So having knowledge in dual language education, stable long-term, someone that will stay long at times, clear and consistent communication. I think it's really important to have someone who has had experience as a teacher for more than just a couple of years. It's definitely important to have a leader that knows quality curriculum, teaching to the standards, collaborates with educators, etc. Prioritize students and student needs. Someone who understands pedagogy, bilingual education, maybe have been a teacher and have that focus as common ground with educators. That would go a long way to enter a culture of inclusion, collaboration, and respect. You had said special occasion, more follow through with social emotional learning. That should be included as one of the priorities, and ask candidates what they would look for when hiring an AP. That will reveal a lot about their priorities.
Yeah. So those were some of the things I think we did record the session. I told folks we're not going to be making the session public, but I'm going to be sharing it with the rest of the LSC. In terms of capacity, we'll not be creating a recap of that, but we'll share the recording with you all. And it was to an hour to the T. Ms. Rayfeld, Ms. Nan, and I facilitated that.
thank you. Thank you for doing that. You want to then do the question? I mean, the round one questions, just for you?
The survey I had.
Yeah.
Okay, so
If you want to
had,
just go through it.
yeah, from the last meeting, we had discussed about how we were gonna organize round one and round two questions, or how we're gonna kind of figure out how that was going to work. We had like 40 questions actually that we had to go through. It was quite a lot. There were 8 categories for these questions. I feel it's important to go over these categories, so those at home know what categories these questions fall under too. Additive dual language and instructional leadership, professional development, IEP development and implementation, curriculum of Americas and social consciousness, culture, trust, and staff collaboration, positive school climate, community and stakeholder engagement, budgeting for equity and social consciousness. And from there, I will go. From there, I sent the survey out. It was a Google form, and it literally just had the 40 questions, and pick whether you believed it was a better for round 1 or 2 questions. So we had 7 responses. So the key insights from those responses is most respondents recommend reserving the majority of instructional, MTSS, special education, and budget questions for later, while interview 1 focuses on leadership philosophy, dual language vision, and community alignment.
Are you able to send us with Because I know you have to share
I sent
your,
it to you.
yeah,
Let me just,
Can you
I-
just send
yeah.
it to everybody?
I
So-
can, but I can just project it. It's all good.
that would be great. No, thank you.
And then
Or we could, or you can send this. 'cause
the
we-
thing is, I can't use my computer because it's doing.
Yeah, I'm just thinking
Right.
like it might be easier, because we're gonna have to like vote on specific questions.
If somebody
right?
could
So
just
we have
help
it-
her with the notes while if she can present it.
Or actually, are you okay to present? Yeah. Just because you're right, I mean, people won't be able to see if I'm typing the notes.
Is this something I'm able to share?
Do you
with?
want to send it to me?
Is it just us or can we share?
No,
with-
this is all,
Yeah, we could, the PowerPoint we can share, because it's
Yeah,
gonna
we
be
can
into
share.
the notes of how.
yeah,
we-
yeah, because all of this discussion has to be public.
So what I'm saying, we can't share the PowerPoint in the, can I share it in the
Chat? I mean,
chat?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because again, it's like, that's why like.
This is the guiding our discussion.
I mean,
Should
this
we
is what-
share with you, can we share it in the chat?
That's why
Because
Ms.
I didn't wanna
Winding
do this.
pointed out at the previous meeting that like, if we're talking about process, it's supposed to be a public discussion, right?
Right, but in terms of sharing of documents, if there's any stuff,
There's
there's
nothing-
nothing.
There's nothing sensitive in there, right?
I just want to make sure.
But,
So I,
okay, here's a question. Okay, if these are these questions also going to be given to the principal?
What do you mean?
Yes.
Like,
To the candidates.
in other words, if we're sharing this, then
You mean they can like
do
do,
their homework.
yeah,
I mean,
but
what's a public, they
I
can
mean,
be listening to the LSC
as
meeting.
like Ms. Winding, are you on?
I'm here. Can you repeat the question?
Oh, actually, this is just a point of clarity, and because I know we talked about this right before the meeting last week. All of this process stuff we're talking about, like the questions we're going to be using for round one, that we then have to, this all has to be public, right? And then we publicly vote on the questions. So if a principal candidate happens to be listening on the meeting, like they will, you are not wrong, Marguerite, that they would get them, but we're supposed to do this publicly, right?
No, the questions are not publicly, because the questions, they should not be aware of the questions, because because just for an equitable process, we don't want them to be aware of what those questions, some people may be aware of it, some people won't. So the questions they shouldn't be made aware of the question until the actual interview.
So I'm confused because last time you made us change the header you made us change our agenda, and you made us take out selection process from that. You know what I mean? And questions fall under the category of selection process. And we were told that only applicant related stuff would be closed, and everything else, including discussion of questions, must be public. Do you see what I mean?
Okay, if I told you that the questions was public, I do apologize. The selection process piece, because it's so broad, like when you go into closed session, the things that are confidential, again, are names. The questions are, you guys discuss the questions in closed sessions. You can put
Okay, so we would have to.
all of the candidates get the same questions, so you can name that you're going to talk about the questions in the vote on the questions. What you're sharing in open session is the vote that you guys are agreeing on the questions you discussed in closed session.
So I think it was a misunderstanding / miscommunication last week, because selection process in my mind includes questions, and it's just a broader term.
So at this point, since we already approved the agenda, we can't go into closed session, or can we go and add that to the
You
agenda?
can make an amendment. Someone can make a motion to go into closed session to discuss that. And forgive me if I caused the confusion, but you still want to be careful saying principal selection process,
Now I understand like the
because that
nuance.
can be so inclusive to so many pieces. We want to be
Got it.
specific.
So then, to be crystal clear, before we talk about how we're going to proceed, if we're talking about applicants, it's obviously closed session. If we're talking about questions, it's obviously closed session. Is there anything else in the selection process that must be closed session? The only thing I can think of is if you're talking about committee, people running for a committee or something like that, right?
What do you mean?
I mean, if you were going to
Well,
do a committee, you would have to select a committee. And you'd have to
If you guys agree to do a committee,
We're
yeah.
not.
No.
So we're not
We're
doing a
just
committee.
asking
No.
what else.
okay. So the only thing that needs to happen in closed session is, again, anything when it comes about the names, the questions. What the open session is saying that the vote is we agreed on 13 questions for our candidates for round one, because you use a different set of questions for round two. So you're talking about what happened in closed sessions without disclosing what those questions are.
So we can just vote on all like 13 or 5 or whatever at the same time. Basically, you can say we are voting on the 13 questions that we will be using for round 1.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay.
And Ms. Winey, can you also clarify that in terms of this, then the part though, if we wanna, of how we're gonna manage the interview process of whether it's virtual, if it's online, I mean, or if it's in present, how many people are gonna be, like that whole discussion of the process of how we manage that, the actual interviews, that is public, or can we discuss
Yes.
that as part of the question conversation?
That's public.
And that has to be public.
Yep, that's public.
So,
And
Although,
but can I clarify something?
yes, please.
In regards to, I keep hearing virtual, you all will be in person and the candidate will be virtual. Is that the understanding that when we're talking about the option?
Well, maybe it's because of the timing. We did virtual, recorded virtual first time interviews in the last process.
So we can't, that was probably during COVID?
No, it wasn't.
Was the, okay, so
We were in person, then.
No.
and for clarity, I can't speak on what happened in the past, but for clarity, the expectation and the requirement.
Sorry, it was, the thing is, because there was 3 of us, we were watching recordings.
So can you just tell us what we have, like what is
I was
Yes.
there
Yeah.
100%.
If I may,
let her speak, please. Yeah, go ahead, please.
so just so that we're all on the same page, I can't speak on what happened in the past, but the expectation and the requirement is that those interviews are the LSC has to be in person. However, your candidates can come virtually if you guys agree to that, but you guys are expected to be in person. That is not a meeting that you need to post or have an agenda or public, none of that, but you all would need to be in person.
And OMA, I mean, does that apply?
No,
It
no, it
does not
doesn't.
apply,
It
right?
does.
Correct.
There should
And
be
so
3.
sorry, the candidates were virtual for that first time, but the people were in person. Sorry, that was, but I definitely remember the candidates were virtual in the first round.
Yeah,
And that's
so OMA
acceptable.
But to clarify, there were, for OMA, the last time we had some people that were present, not asking questions, but more than 3 people can be present for that interview.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
For the interview, yes, you got, it's not considered a meeting.
Okay, so
can't have
that's-
less than 3 LSC members.
we can have as
No, we
many.
can have as many.
Yeah,
as-
that's
But
why
it's
I'm
not
asking.
best practice.
Well, you don't want to have an interview with like 10 of us. It's just a lot.
And remember, for clarity too, if you have you don't want more than 3 members participating, any other members present are only observers, because that's
okay.
really too
Yeah.
much for a candidate.
Yes, that's what, but they can be present. is what I
Yes,
just wanted
ma'am, to
confirm.
observe, absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
got it. So we have to be in person. The candidate has the virtual option. Only 3 of us can participate. All of us can be present.
Yes,
Right?
ma'am. Yes,
Got
ma'am.
it.
But
So
that's
thank
still
you.
for discussion. How we want to
Right,
do it.
right. So we're very clear. Thank you so much. So now we have,
Sorry, I have another follow-up
Yeah.
question. And so the same thing, if we're doing scenarios or any other, like in between, any other way to engage with the part of the interview process, if the scenario part, we can, part of the second round interview, that can be discussed in closed session as well, right?
Yes, anything that you're going to be asking the candidate, you can consider that confidential, because we don't want someone to have that information and can prepare, whereas another candidate may not.
got it. Okay, thank you for that clarifying, and apologies, it was we were a little confused before.
And
So,
I have
yeah.
another follow-up.
No, after
And
all,
as we had talked about this with Dr. Travelos a little while ago as well, of being able to have some potentially like written responses. Is there a possibility between the round 1 and round 2 interviews to ask candidates to prepare written responses to questions?
As long as it's the same question, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I know we are not there yet, but the email you sent. Can we,
But you have to say what the email said so people know what they're talking about.
if parents, who attended the forum suggested that maybe parents and teachers could help with the vetting of the candidates?
Like, it wasn't the vetting, they were asking in terms about the reference checks and due diligence. in that
before we
part.
get into details,
yeah.
I think we need to decide. Thank you a lot, Ms. Wendy. No, we don't have any other questions at the moment.
Well, I just
Wait,
wanted
no,
to know
I'm
if that
saying
was allowed.
Yeah. Well, if parents, oh, sorry. if parents are, if they're involved,
Are they allowed to do reference checks?
no,
Because
not
it's
without
confidential.
signing a confidentiality and.
But
et cetera.
Right, if you guys vote to have a subcommittee outside of LSC members, they would have to sign a confidentiality, and you guys would decide what parts of that they are part of. You guys would decide what that looks like.
Right.
That's only if you decided to, if you vote majority who wants a subcommittee that includes non-LSC members.
And Ms. Winding, we can, not everybody was at the last meeting. I just want to reiterate that we did say that as part of the due diligence and vetting process, as soon as we decide to go onto the reference checks, we can also do checks with other people that aren't listed on the references that might know them. So I think that
Yes.
there's a way to do that, not necessarily break confidentiality, but asking people that might have worked with them or have connections with them for more information to bring as part of that selection process, correct?
Yes, and the expectation is that you just be diligent in that process in the event that use your own thoughts on, like, when you're having that conversation, making sure that person is aware that this is a confidential inquiry, but you are encouraged and can ask people outside of the references, because that gives you a clearer picture of who you're inviting into your space.
Correct. And that is because we're asking information of them. We are not sharing information with them. So that's
Exactly.
correct. And so that one other particular situation, Ms. Winding, the offline that we wanted to follow up from last time about.
Yes, and I'm still waiting to hear back from that. So I'll connect with you so that you can share that information with the council.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I would like to then motion to amend the agenda to add a
Right,
closed session.
so before you do that, thanks Margarita for catching that. Do we want to do the closed session now and then, and talk about the questions first, because we were planning on doing that anyway? Is everyone okay with that? And then we'll come back and do the date. Yeah, okay, please go ahead. And
we did share the survey information publicly, so now I'm making a motion to amend the agenda to add a closed session.
to discuss the applicants and the interview questions.
Yeah.
I second.
Okay, all in favor of amending the agenda to reflect that closed session?
Where is it going?
Someone needs to second it.
Somebody did.
Somebody
Oh, I'm
Margaret, yeah,
sorry.
Margaret did
Okay,
it.
sorry.
And
Yeah,
it's going in after old business.
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
So to amend agenda.
Well, it's kind of going into before old business, because we're gonna come back and talk about the selection process, because we have to talk about the interviews, right?
Right.
So
Yes,
it's going in right now. If that makes sense.
right, which but part of.
So it's gonna be A and then B, right? Is principal selection process.
Yeah, it'll be A, and then, no, it'll be right before old business. I mean, it's a bit, you know what I'm.
No, I don't know.
Okay, well, we're gonna come back and still, yeah, but we're gonna, when we're done with closed session, we're gonna come back and continue to talk about the selection process, is what I'm saying,
Okay, so we're at A is where we are
putting it in.
putting it in.
That's what I'm
Although
trying to say.
for the minutes, I just talked about the survey results, which is part of the process.
Yeah.
So that would be
Okay.
A, right?
Yeah, but as long as we're allowed to do it, and it sounds like we are.
So
okay.
hold on. So for the purpose of, we just did that, we went into that item. So now I would say that we can,
Then make it B and then make C selection process again. Does that make sense?
I'm gonna add, since we're amending, I'm going to put community survey results as A.
Okay, that makes perfect sense.
And then B is closed session and C is principal selection process.
Okay. And then Margarita, you're seconding.
Yes, correct. Okay.
So A is community survey, B is closed session to discuss interview questions and applicants, and C is selection process. Okay. All in favor of amending the agenda, because we're going to separately have to vote to go to closed session. Raise your hand or say aye. Aye. That's everybody, correct? Yeah. Okay. So that passes unanimously. Now, would someone like to make a motion to go into closed session? Right, Justin? This is correct. Yeah.
Just give me a second. Okay. And now who,
I'll make a motion to go into closed session. All in,
And the student is.
is now, he can stay, but we don't know how long we're gonna be, so I would say you can.
Go,
We're
you're
going
free,
to close session.
but we
talk
have to
about-
vote. We're still waiting to vote. 1 second. Okay. So that was me and then Juliana, okay? And all in favor of moving into closed session? And that's everybody, correct?
At 6:07.
Yes, okay. You are free.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Where are we gonna go?
We're gonna have to, so I'm gonna need.
To go
like to make a motion?
What would you do?
We get to.
Oh. Perritos. Son perritos. All right, it's back open now.
Okay, we are back from closed session. Would someone like to make a motion to return to open session?
I motion to. I second.
So Juliana was motion, Jenny, and Victoria second. All in favor of going back to open session? Aye. That's everyone. It's unanimous. So now we.
8:52.
8:52.
Turn on when it's done.
So now we go
Chat.
to
Turn on when it's
the
done.
selection process that we, so Ms. Whining mentioned that we have to be in person, okay, for these. And I think what is reasonable is that we offer the candidates the option of coming in person and also a virtual option. You guys, does that all work for everybody?
It's not being translated right now.
Try this on your end again because it's
It
looking
is on
this.
her
Oh, it
screen,
is?
yeah.
Okay, then
And her screen is being shared.
Okay.
Her screen is not
Not
being
being
shared.
Not being shared?
No,
Okay.
I know. Does anyone know how?
Yeah,
That's
it's
right.
done.
Also, wait, why is that not working?
Oh,
Yeah,
it's not plugged in.
It's not plugged in.
That's what's going on.
Danos
sounds like I see my
minuto.
Can you hear me? Oh yeah.
No, it is plugged back in, but we need to. Danos un segundo. Yeah, but once the meeting didn't end, so it's vamos a. You need to stop. Right there, just stop sharing.
My bad.
So that we're just not going to share.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. Vamos a. Did you hear something?
No.
Oh, let me do it.
Is it connected to this?
Yeah, it's connected. It's just, hold on. Let's do this.
Sorry. Wait.
No,
what
no,
am I-
you're good.
Sorry.
Sorry for the technical difficulties, everybody. Denos un segundo. Yeah. System sound. So it should be on.
Can you unplug it and leave it on maybe
That,
a little bit longer?
okay.
Because I think that resets it.
Okay.
Okay.
No, but it usually makes like a little owl sound.
That was great.
Oh.
Sorry, I forgot my.
Yeah, that's.
No,
You know what,
yours.
I was saying, you could also, at this point.
Yeah.
Just unplug it. and get it.
Okay, vamos, hold on. Let's see. No, something's happening. Pilot camera. Disculpen todos y todas. Ay, Dios mío. Having technical difficulties. Let's try. I think we're just gonna have to go old school porque.
Do you just want to explain
How you turn them on again?
That's how they
Just in
turn them
case.
on.
See, but then the one thing with this is that then we all have to speak into it. They're not gonna be able to hear us. So.
So we don't know how to turn this on.
Yeah, no, it's supposed to turn on automatically.
Yeah,
Is what I'm saying.
Oh, it's just not like not working.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. This is
So we would have to be like we were before we had this, talking into the computer.
into the computer. Okay.
I mean, we can, there's not much left of this meeting, so. Do you want to just do it like that?
Yeah, I think for
Yeah.
technical, for time period. And I
Okay,
think last time I had to like restart my computer, but that means leaving this.
okay, so we're having a little bit of issues with a microphone, but the meeting is almost over, so we apologize that the sound quality is not as good as it was before, okay?
Y para las instrucciones, solo se acuerdan que para reactivar la traducción hay 3 puntitos en la parte de abajo donde dice ajustes o settings, y ahí es donde seleccionan el idioma de la reunión, que está en inglés, y lo seleccionan para que de ahí tengan subtítulos. Esto no cambia el audio, solo son subtítulos. Muchas gracias por la paciencia. Y ahora con las dificultades técnicas que tenemos de tecnología, pero vamos a hacer lo posible para tener la sesión. So, thanks everyone for bearing with us. Sorry for the technical difficulties. We have our awesome speaker that is not working, so we're gonna do our best to have folks be able to hear us.
So we were just going to briefly discuss the selection process. We know from Ms. Whining that the LSC has to be in person, and I think what we were thinking is, or what I'm thinking is, we offer them in-person interviews with the option of virtual as well, if that in-person is not something that the applicant can do. Does that make sense? Is everyone okay with that? Yeah, okay. And then in addition to that, 3 LSC members will be at the interview with the option of having an additional 1 to 2 members observing the interview. The interviews will be taped, recorded, so that the other LSC members can watch them later. And then everyone will use the scoring system. Is there anything else we need to talk about selection process in terms of interviews?
At the next, just going back to our timeline. So today, we are at our March 5th meeting, where we talked about, we reviewed the data or community feedback survey. We're going to approve the first interview questions, review the other items for today, which are review the second round interviews, finalize interview dates, and assign responsible parties. So I'm going to just move the second round interviews to the next meeting, but we have finalized interview dates, and we are assigning responsible 3 people for each candidate. So I'm going to move the other one to our March 16th. No, the next special meeting is March 19th.
It's 19th. It's that's actually, I know it says April 2nd, but we're going to have it March 19th to do these things. And also that's the LSC candidate certification results that we had to.
And then just to remind folks, and we'll be posting this on the public, but then according to the timeline, the receipt of materials for the second batch of interviews will be from the March 11th closing is going to be March 13th.
Yeah, if it's the same as last time, it should be.
And so that means that then, just reading the document, the LSC chair will forward all documents to the LSC to use the rubric that we're using to score all of the candidates, and then we will move forward with the first round of interviews. Will be the week of March 16th to then on the March 19th. We will review the second round questions and scenarios and approve them if we're ready, and then validate LSC elections and discuss the second batch of candidates.
3 additional candidates for before.
Yeah, the next rounds. Okay. So that's the upcoming of the process.
Good. Okay. Thank you, Jenny. I think we're good with process. So then for expenditures, transfers, and contracts, the only one is just the corollary to the Scholastic fundraiser, which is just the Scholastic Book Fair Certificate of Agreement, which we'll then vote on at the end. Does anyone have anything to say about that, or are we good? We talked about it with Ms. Lynch earlier. Okay, so that takes us to voting items. So voting item number 1 will just be the vote on the Certificate of Agreement for Scholastic Book Fair. Does that second? Juliana, yeah, okay. So that was Margarita and Juliana. And then all in favor of approving the certificate of agreement for Scholastic Book Fair, raise your hand and say aye. That's everybody, correct? Okay, so I'm just, that passes unanimously. You said yes, right, Justin?
Yes,
I'm
I
gonna
did.
just sign it. I don't know
Thank
that I
you.
have to, but I'll do it just in case. Okay, then that's it for that part of, so then if we go to B, vote on principal selection process. So we have to vote publicly on the round 1 questions, of which there are not 9. Is that correct? Yeah, 9. So would someone like to make a motion?
Just wait one second.
Or what? Yeah, wait. Let us know when you're ready. Okay.
And that was, who?
Margarita and Juliana. And you again unanimous.
And that was for the questions? No, that was.
No, that was for the
Sorry,
certificate of
okay,
agreement.
sorry.
It's okay. Questions is our last thing.
Margarita and Juliana. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I make a motion to approve the 9 questions
For first round.
for the first round.
Okay, great. So Virginia and Margarita, all in favor of approving the 9 questions for first round interview, raise your hand or say aye. Aye. That's again unanimous. So that passes unanimously. Let me know when you're ready, Jenny, okay? Because we'll move on to public participation next.
All right.
You ready? Okay. So we are now going to move on to the second public participation. I'm going to read the statement and then Justin is going to open the chat.
And for anyone in person.
There's a sign up sheet over there. Maybe if you want to grab, thank you. We will now proceed with the public participation portion of the meeting. Profane language, unsolicited comments, and disruptive behavior are prohibited. Individuals who are disruptive may be given a warning and may also be removed from the meeting if necessary. The online chat will be open during public participation only for participants to put their name to request to speak. Otherwise, all attendees must refrain from writing anything else in the chat. The chat is open and just you're okay timing and running the
That's right. The chat is open.
Okay. Do we have anyone in person? Okay. Do you want to do the in-person first?
Yes.
Okay.
I almost, as her in 10 minutes, trying to speak.
Sorry, what?
Is anyone names in the chat?
No. If
No.
anyone would like to speak in the
You can go ahead since you're here in person. There's nobody in the chat. You know what? Come where I am because we're having a microphone issue. So you can be.
Sure, I can bring
You
this.
can bring it down.
Yeah. Do you mind? Thanks.
Here. Do you want to just.
Okay, good evening. I'm here to address the council regarding a persistent lack of professionalism surrounding 2 critical functions, the principal selection process and LSC elections. As a linguist, I am appalled by this council's reliance on unvetted AI translation. While AI can assist with legwork, it requires human oversight to ensure accuracy and dignity. Last week, the seamless interpretation you expected failed miserably, and I suspect it has been 4 weeks. I have a handout for y'all with some screenshots where council comments were translated into profanity, specifically the F word. At one point, the interpretation stopped working for several minutes. And as some of you know, anybody that speaks with an accent or a foreign accent gets mistranslated. When meetings lack order, the AI fails totally. I have shared a video with native speakers of a recording that I took of the video who found the output completely unintelligible. Beyond technical failure, there is also a cultural one. In a school where our classrooms are bilingual, this LSC remains a monolingual outlier. Asking if someone needs translation is a microaggression. In a truly inclusive environment, translation is not a request, but a standard. I'm just going to jump over this part, but y'all need to follow the Robert's Rules of Order. Maybe you can have time for translation, and that way the meetings would also be shorter. On the back of the handout that I'm going to give you, you will also find excerpts from the resource guide and your own bylaws, which you just helped reestablish. It is deeply concerning that these protocols were ignored during the candidate forum, allowing a community representative to level personal attacks against me, comparing my consistent public participation to the political extremism of our current administration. That's more than a lapse in decorum. It is an ethical violation. This is part of a troubling pattern of selective silencing. We saw this same silence when a former facilitator berated your former chair, Ms. Ugarte, an incident so egregious it required community intervention, and he later lost his job. I wasn't even on the council. I had the wherewithal to speak up. Not a single one of you did. You also remained silent when that same woman was baselessly accused of stalking in front of children in our school. I have zero doubts that you would not let this happen to your current chair. Yet you are quick to gavel down parents who present documented facts regarding professional ties from like the former principal to the LSC relations director, Ms. Ford, and who tried to gaslight you all during the 2025 budget crisis. It's not just unprofessional, it's unethical. It points to a systemic bias that seeks to marginalize outspoken Latina voices rather than engage with the facts. Finally, there is a disconnect between the thriving narrative presented by the same community representative and the reality in our classrooms. We have students that are taught by substitutes for an entire year due to high turnover. We have reports of teachers using ICE as a threat against students who struggle with the language. We have an advisory period replacing core subjects in middle school, but you wouldn't know that because there's zero representation. I'm speaking. There's zero representation for middle school parents on this council.
We've reached your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wish you hadn't interrupted me. I had a conclusion.
Would you like to finish?
That would be great. It is not the council's job to gatekeep who is fit to represent our parents. We need representatives who are unafraid to identify procedural violations and equity gaps. Advocacy is not interference, it is a requirement. And I urge this council to stop prioritizing optics over the actual safety and education of our students. Thank you.
There is no one else in the chat, so
Okay.
I will close the chat.
Okay, the public participation has ended. The next meeting that is going to actually be March 19th is a special meeting. April 2nd is the next regular meeting. And I don't think we anticipate having anything else because spring break is the week before. That takes us to adjournment. Would someone like to make a
March
motion?
19th, right?
Yeah, March 19th at 5 o'clock. They're all at 5 o'clock. Would someone thank you. Would someone like to make a motion to end the meeting? Okay, is there a second? to end the meeting?
I motion.
Okay, put on the meeting. All in favor of ending the meeting?
Aye.
Okay, that was unanimous. The meeting is now adjourned.
At 9:10.
9:10. Thank
And
you,
let's
everybody.
remember, some of the other recordings we haven't, we really